Hello, my name is Kevin. This is 90 days. I am on my 18th day of web development, of 90 days of web development. And so we've been doing a lot of CSS for the first 17 days here, working on the responsive web design certification from Free Code Camp. And the way that we usually do this is that we have five 24-minute long pomodoros with a small break in between. Then we take a lunch, and then we do 5 more 24-minute pomodoros. So in all total, get about 4 hours of focus time in to put towards today's topic, which is on floating and floats and positioning in CSS. So we'll do a quiz on, let's see, we have a quiz on typography, and then we have a review on accessibility, and then we have this module on positioning and understanding how to work with floats and positioning in CSS, common use cases, relative positioning, absolute positioning, fixed and sticky positioning, the z-index property, which I'm not quite familiar with, even though we used it like once, I think. Then we do a workshop called Building a Cat Painting, and then we'll finish it up with a lab of Build a House Painting. So today, I'm not feeling great. Had a migraine yesterday. My back has been all sorts of sore. My head has been sore. My muscles have ached. So we're going to try to take it a little bit easier today, not try to reduce the stress a little bit, get those cortisol levels evened out here, and just take it easy, not really rush through things. I feel like I've been trying to rush through a lot of this stuff, and it's not been enjoyable, you know. I've also not been sleeping great, so it's not been able to come in with the best mindset and the physiology to to attack the day, basically. So everything's all sorts of messed up today. We have a lot of things goofed up with and I even have the wrong title on here. A lot of things goofed up when I did a whole bunch of scheduling for the next coming days, for the next week and 2 weeks. So this week and next week I have all scheduled out as far as streams go. So I'll complete those. When I'm done with that, I think I might kick this over to Twitch and then have the VODs come over to here. I think that's what I might want to do. It's just, there's just not much going on in a way of engagement or getting impressions over here. And plus, like the visual layout of using on your phone, Twitch does a much better job with that. With YouTube, they want you to make it a vertical video, and I can't really do that without making some really drastic changes that will look hideous on a horizontal layout. So I don't like doing that option. So I think we're going to move on over to Twitch, but after this month. So like after the first 30 days, I think we'll kick it on over to Twitch. There's a lot that I need to set up though for that. So I need to work on that before I can do that. So that gives me a little bit of time to work on that. As I'm doing this, as I'm talking, I am updating the ticker informations for my other streams because this one was messed up because I did a Control Shift V when I should have just done a Control V on these ones. So it should be the 24th, and I think maybe I did the 25th as well. So I just need to copy this correctly. Get all the information about the I have a very specific format that I use when I parse this into the ticker, so probably should use a different method, but you know, it is what I have set up so far. Interesting that that's not showing up as everything, so let's see. Oh, I already updated day 22. Day 25, we need to update. So what's coming up this week? We have, make sure that this took, yeah, just want to make sure that we get these marked down. The markdown stuff here. Okay. Just make sure that the markdown is looking good. Okay. Okay. So what we have ahead of us for the week, we have upcoming on the today we're going to do the or down here actually. Why is that? Okay, so this should be showing upcoming greater than or equal to, and this should be less than, excluding today. Okay, there we go. There we go. Today we have floats and positioning in CSS. We're going to do a quiz on CSS Typography and CSS Accessibility review, and then we're going to look at positioning. We're going to do attribute selectors on Tuesday, which will be day 19. And Thursday, we'll do a certification project that'll be a book inventory app. I'm looking forward to that. Going to try to flex there and go above and beyond, open up our IDE, and try to make something look really cool, and really just try to pull in everything that we've learned so far. We'll have a quiz on CSS positioning on that day, and then a review on CSS attribute selectors that we covered the day before. Then we're going to look at an overall look at responsive web design. So there's a lot of lots of modules regarding that. A lot of not modules, but a lot of lessons and reading to do there. So yeah, there's a bit of reading to do today. So I'm going to get started with the pomodoros, and we're going to take it easy. We're not going to rush. We're not going to rush through things here. We're just going to kind of let our brain just go along with it here. So let's move on over to our left monitor here, and we'll take a look at the Freed Code Camp curriculum. I did get to I got to do some fun stuff over the weekend. I got to see Backrooms and Obsession with my date, with my wife, and it was really great. I like seeing things in the theater. It always leaves me with a lot of thoughts and a lot of questions and stuff to leaving the theater, because I usually go in not knowing a lot about the movies, and this was definitely one of those cases. So I felt really like engaged with it, because like I'm trying to figure the movie out as as it's going, and that's just like the most enjoyable way for me to stay focused is by having like no idea going in what it's going to be like, and you have to think your way through it. It's just, I don't know, that's just the way my brain works. Let's see, so we are on typography doing a quiz here. So let's get this up here. Okay, so we have 18 of 20 questions to get correct and still pass. So we can get 2 wrong and still pass. Well, let's see. Let's test our knowledge that we picked up last week. Which of the following is the correct way to write an @font face rule in CSS? Well, I mean, you could definitely need to have an @font face there. So I think that's it. I think you specify font family though, and you specify a name for that family, and then you specify the sources where that's going to be pulled in from, and so it kind of like falls back to different sources depending on what characters are missing from the first one, and then it falls back to the second one, and then and subsequent, just to fill in all of the characters and stuff. So that's a really cool way to do that. I want to take use of that, and I think I'm going to keep that in mind for when we're doing our lab today, and for when we do our other thing. So I think I want to make another CSS file that has like the font face, like my brand stuff, like brand styles and stuff, and then I can maybe import that into the other CSS file for like variables and stuff. Okay, so how do the offset values in the CSS text shadow property affect the shadow's appearance? Offset values will, well, it changes the position, right? The position of the shadow relative to the text. There we go. Kerning refers to the spacing in between like individual pairs of characters, right? Specific pairs of characters adjusted to improve readability and aesthetics. And a font family is, in the context of typography, it's a group of fonts that share similar design characteristics. That sounds correct. It's not specific font. It's a set of visually consistent colors? No. Collection of text options? No. How do you import the Roboto font from Google Fonts? Ooh. Oops. Oh, that would be fun, right? If you import Google Font Roboto. Problem is, it probably won't work on anything but Chrome. URL, fonts, Google API, CSS2, family, Roboto, display swap. I think that's usually what you do for that, right? That's what you just give it the URL. And there you go. You're importing the URL for the font family. Which one of the following is a web-safe font? Comic Sans really ought to be. Papyrus. Impact. I like these goofy fonts though. Like I use Caveat. So it doesn't have the full coverage of font weights, but it's good. It's highly legible, at least for me. So if I'd like to hear feedback from people who may have some reading challenges with like serif fonts. I can't read. I know that I can't read serif fonts on a screen, especially like a thin serif font. It just looks terrible, and like there's so many like newsy places, and I try to keep that same like aesthetic, but like it just doesn't work for the web. Like it's so hard to read. Like the New Yorker is like that way. The gosh, what other ones? There's other publications that are like that, and I'm like, what are you doing? Like, don't you have designers? Like, don't you have people like informing you on this that they can't read this? They're just like so set in the aesthetic of the print version that they just they make it look like trash for the web. What is the purpose of the @font face rule in CSS? And then people like some people really like Garamond the font, but it's a print font. It's a print font. It's not for the web. Purpose of the font face rule in CSS allows you to use custom fonts for importing them. Yes. Defines the font size, adjusts the line height, creates a fallback font for web pages. Not really, right? So like the sources could, but that's more likely referring to when you're setting the font family property, right? Is create, and you list more than one font in the font family. That creates a fallback. And then if you like use a web safe font, that's probably more likely what they're saying is to put a web safe font at the end. And then you know that it's going to display regardless of what you do. See, baseline in the context of typography. Well, it's like the imaginary line on which most characters sit, I think, is most likely. Why is it important to include multiple font options in the font family property? Creates a consistent user experience in case the custom font doesn't load. What is the purpose of a text shadow property? Creates a visual effect, adds a blurred or offset duplicate of the text. Yep. Leading in the context of typography. So I think there's a space between lines, right? The vertical space between lines of text. Or was that, I thought tracking was the width and then leading was the vertical. It could be this one. Vertical space between lines of text. I think it's then probably this one. Because I guess tracking was the from baseline to baseline height. Why is typographic hierarchy important in design? So it ensures that all text elements are the same size. No. Improves the readability of large blocks of text. Yes, right, but by differentiating what's important, right? Although organize the content and guide users through information is probably more fitting. Ensures consistency across different devices. Okay. Not a CSS property related to fonts. Font weight, font size, font family, font padding doesn't make sense there. Which of the following is the correct example of the text shadow property in CSS? So you set the So you don't set solid or blur, so we know that. Inset, I don't know if that's a thing. I think that's a border property, or a border like setting. 2 pixels, 2 pixels, offset the X, offset the Y. Then your blur radius is 5 pixels, and then you set the color of the blur of the shadow, and this one's just setting it for black, but with 50% opacity. So I think that one would work. What are web-safe fonts? They're fonts that are very likely to be available on most devices and browsers. That makes sense. That's that seems to fit. Sans serif fonts generally are considered easier to read on screens than serif fonts. Well, they have simple and clean lines. How do you specify multiple font families in the font family property in CSS? Multiple font families. You separate them with commas, right? And the preferred font is the first one. And in the font face rule, which property specifies where the font file is located? The src is where it is, the source, and then you use a URL function to call it in, to bring it in. Which of the following is a good practice when using fonts in web design? Using no more than 2 or 3 font families to ensure visual consistency. Yep. Always using at least 8 different font families throughout the website. Obvious. What is tracking in the context of typography? Tracking was the baseline to baseline, right? Or all lines of text? I might have this backwards then. Let's go back up because I think this is backwards. Baseline, they said, where's leading? Where was leading? Was that one of the earlier ones? Leading, okay. Might have this backwards. I might be second guessing myself how space is adjusted between all characters in a block of text. This one's not correct. This is the like average height of lowercase letters excluding ascenders and descenders, so that's the X height or something like that. Parts of lowercase letters that extend below the baseline are descenders. I think that's it. I might have gotten these two wrong. Let's see. How many did I get wrong? We got them correct. Okay, so I did suss that out. I did. Okay. Yeah, because leading I thought was the vertical, but it was just worded strangely. That kind of second guessed myself, but Spaces adjusted between all characters in a block of text. Tracking. And I always think of tracking as the letter spacing and leading as the line height. I don't know if that's true, but that's how I think about it, about how you can control those things in CSS. And so we're going to go on into CSS Accessibility Review and take a look at these. All right, so actually shrink this for a second so that this comes up side by side on there. Okay. All right. See how many things they have here. Got a few. Oh, I didn't review my notes on from the day before, but I think we're gonna do a lot of that right now. I'll just see what happens after. So we're gonna call this accessibility. I'm going to tag this as CSS, and we're going to copy paste that into there. There we go. Ooh, okay, and then so close that one down actually. Yeah, so I need to fix this then. Sucks. I just have to fix the review of these things. Okay. Let's go ahead and work on this stuff too. We want to create these things out of this as well. Should have done this for what should I call it? I should have done this for when I was creating these things. Leave myself a mental note to do that. CSS review. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna actually have all these ones build a personal portfolio as well. That's gonna be a thing as well. Build a product landing page. That's gonna be a certification project. And what's going to be that? Ability table. Let's see what else. Oh. Yeah, so we have 2 of these build thingies coming up. I think in the same week. Build a product landing page and build technical documentation page, I think, are on the same week. All right, so we build a house painting. We have build a tribute page, which I didn't get to save. That was unfortunate. I did a lot of work on that, and it just didn't work out. Design a newspaper layout. Did I not save that? I thought I saved it. I guess I didn't save it. Yeah, the New York Times is not, well, it is a liberal. newspaper. It's just that liberals suck now. Progressivism be damned. Let's welcome the conservatives to the big tent. It's a big tent, but we're not in it. Okay. Do that one. Color contrast tools. Let's see. Okay. Man, I am really not feeling great. Okay, so I didn't take any notes on the accessibility stuff. Okay, but we'll get to it here. Let me set up the HTML and CSS stuff while I can, and then we'll just do it like this. There we go. Yeah, okay, so now we have all that stuff ready to go. Because we're going to take a break and get up, walk around, get these muscles moving. Oh, gosh. Make them not so sore. And, yeah. Continue on with today here. Okay. All right. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in 4.5 minutes. right, so we're looking at accessibility review. I'll drop that link in chat here. First, hang on a second. Let me clear this for myself. There we go. Just easier for me to see everything. There's color contrast tools that we kind of looked at. We didn't really use them. I'd like to use them though. WebAIM's color contrast checker, and that was a tool that allowed you to input the foreground and background colors of a design. Oops. And instantly see if they meet the web content accessibility guidelines. It sounds like they're right underneath. Why are they there? That's very weird. There's banging in on the walls and stuff. I don't know why. So yeah, you can check here. Accessibility training, that's pretty good. Where's their project thing? What is it called? Contrast checker? There it is, contrast checker, and you can use this thing here, okay. That's cool. Yeah, this is nice. There's like, I was trying to see if maybe there's something for, might as well do it right now. Let's go check out VS Codium and just see if there's a tool for that. So there was a color contrast analyzer as well. So we have this one. I'll copy the, let me see. And we'll copy the link for that one. We'll put that there. WebAIM resources, and then the TPGI. Color contrast analyzer. I just heard that like recently that the dropping of the U from a lot of words in American English was a Noah Webster choice when he was making his dictionary, and so like that's the reason why we have you know, spell color without the U and behavior without the U and whatnot in the US at least. Let's see, accessibility. They had this one, right? The color contrast analyzer, or I guess it's this one. Right, color contrast analyzer. There it is. And so you can download it and see stuff there. Let's open that in a new page so we can zoom in on it. Okay. So okay, that's cool, kind of cool. So you use it with you have like this radius around the center color picker or something there. Okay. It also simulates color blindness. So let's see, let's just do some exploring here for a second and see what like color contrast tools or something like that. Dark themes. See, maybe contrast checker. Contrast IDE. Vulnerabilities. Okay, so no, that's not what it is. the different meaning of contrast. Ink checker, word and writing consistency. Oh, I have this sorted by recommended, most popular, sort by install count. I've heard about TY, the type checker. That's from Astral as well. The same ones that do rough, I think. The formatter, and what's the other one that they do? They did UV, which is a paradigm shifter for how you install packages and how you work with virtual environments. Yeah. Let's see if there's anything on this. It would be nice to have some kind of tool like that, right? Built into your IDE when you're picking colors. Surprised there isn't one. Let's see VS Code extension, if there's something there. It might be available, but not available for VS Codium. Contrast hints, that's seems like one. Let's see, CSS. Contrast hints. Let's see. Sort by most popular, I guess. Or... oh, okay, I see. It's not workspace unsupported. It's like debuggers and stuff, maybe. There has to be something, right? Like that can check like your background colors and stuff. Parameter hints. Oh gosh, I do not like their choice of font there. Script font deserves being nowhere near code, in my very strongly held opinion. Very strong opinion, loosely held. Open to hearing. Well, if it increases readability for the person, then you know it's not hurting anybody else. Just hurts me when I have to see it. So there's themes and stuff here, but nothing related to WCAG, like goals and stuff. So let's see, can we do a WCAG search? Let's see. I want to like disable themes and stuff. It's not a theme. It's like testing. Category testing or something else. Can we like search by something else? So this is nice. I just don't see a way to install it because I think it's only in the VS Code store. So I'm not able to get it from the VS Codium store. How old is this? It's only in 0.1. It's okay. So it's really probably not ready for showtime here. Color blindness simulation, that's pretty cool. Enable hover languages. And so this is called, so you can do this for VS Code. Colorify YFI. Let's see if that's available. Color FYI. Yeah. Are there really nothing? There's really nothing for this? Maybe you have to do it in some other tool. Some other design tool or something. I don't know. So I'm surprised that they have not. Someone has not made an extension to just do some basic like color checking on that. It seems like it shouldn't be that difficult. But it might be tedious. It might be tedious to code that. Scanning over your page, so yes, like maybe render your page and get a sense of how large the text is, so that it then, when it does the color test, yeah. But I mean, even if it was just like a basic thing. I wonder if there's like some dev tool thing. Let's see. Accessibility diagnostics, that's pretty cool. I can do I can just type in WCAG. That comes up with something. Theme tuner? Okay. Hey, iPad word, no, fuck you. Dusk Office recoil. Oh, nice. So it did open up from there. I don't know if I... Wait a minute. Which branch am I on? Did I merge everything? Okay, so I did merge day 15. That's good. We did place nav bar to the right for large screens. That chapter start code. Okay, that's what we do with that one. I should put the name of the book there, Responsive Web Design. RWD. So there's that. Okay. So it looks like there's not really anything for VS Code, at least for VS Codium or something. Can I see workspace not supported, unsupported? Jupyter Salt tags disabled in restricted mode, ESLint. Oh, really? And then get is disabled, limited and restricted. Cell tags, HTML, CSS support. That's weird. Oh, I see. Hold Alt key to go over. Okay, well, let's update and then we'll restart extensions after that. Then close this down. It's really interesting. I'm not sure I understand why we can't get those that nobody's done it. Like color checker or something. Color picker and color manager, maybe. Color palette. So what does it help you do though? Yeah, I'm not sure. Show color preview. That could be neat. There has to be a way, rather than like manually putting this in, why not just have a like contrast checker that like you just, when you're in the CSS, maybe have it just flag the accessibility. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to. So maybe there are like tools that you can use. I'm trying to find out like, so there's color blindness thing. So this seems like a program that we probably want. Did I save this already or did I not? Did I save it already? I already have it, so I should probably just install it. Let's just go ahead and install this. Just install. I'll cancel that there. So we'll work with this. Okay. So we can't really find anything in the extensions, but we have another tool that we can use here. So what do we do then? You do the color picker and you do this here. Okay, and so when you're covered over it, you do that. Foreground color, background color. Oh, I thought it would just be able to show you that. So the contrast ratio is good for that. That's cool. What was the like color blindness simulation? Monochromacy, dichromacy, trichromacy. Oh, cool. It shows you all of them based on. Oh, you know what? Let's try our try our thing. So if we do the foreground color is that, and the background color is our other one. I have slightly less there, but maybe that is fine. So if you do Control B and you bring that up, and then you can see a simulation of what it looks like to everybody. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Color contrast. Yeah. So if I'm getting like, and then if I'm getting down to here, we're getting really, really bad, right? We're getting really, really tough to see. So for like somebody with achromatopsia, there's like hardly, it's going to be very hard for them to see that, and almost no color is hard to see that. With these other ones though, I'm like kind of surprised that they're able to see these very well. So the blues are good, but if you can't see blue, then this gets pretty hard to see. Interesting. Can I change this on the fly? Yeah, you can. Okay, cool. Okay. Why is that? Is this like just a graphic to show? Okay, well this is a neat little tool for this. Seems to be like a little Electron app or something like that. It's got dev tools built in here. So, yeah. Okay. Or is it an Angular project? Is that what it is? All right. Okay. So at least we spent a little bit of time looking at those tools, so I know I can use them for the future. And I guess when we come back from break, we'll just finally get to reading all this and move on to the main topic of today. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, so we looked at the TPGI color contrast analyzer. We downloaded that little tool, and the color blindness simulator is pretty handy. Yeah. The accessibility tree is a structure used by assistive technologies such as screen readers to interpret and interact with the content of a web page. We didn't really... I don't feel like we really learned enough about that. Let's see. They just like lied over it too. They just say accessibility tree is a structure, blah blah blah. Anyway, the max function. You know, I mean, they're trying. At least they're like trying to like put this stuff out there, make you, you know, raise awareness. Let's see. So accessibility related information for most HTML elements. Browsers convert markup into an internal representation called the DOM tree. The DOM tree contains objects. Actually, let me zoom in on this a little bit. Make the text a little bigger so it can be easier on mobile. The DOM tree contains objects representing all the markups, elements, attributes, and text nodes, and browsers then create an accessibility tree based on the DOM tree, which is used by platform-specific accessibility APIs to provide a representation that can be understood by assistive technologies such as screen readers. I wonder if, like, I should download one and have one, so that, like, when I'm testing my websites, I can use it. You know, I can try to see what it's like. There are 4 properties in an accessibility tree object. The name, how can we refer to this thing? For instance, a link with the text read more will have read more as its name. The description is how we describe the thing. If we want to provide more description beyond the name, and the description of a table could explain what kind of information the table contains. The role is like what kind of thing it is. For example, is it a button, a nav bar, or a list of items? Okay, that's interesting. So, what is it like? What are the different things to choose from in there? Because what I was looking at was the role type, where role type is the name of a role in the ARIA specification. So states and properties associated with each role. Document structure. Right, okay. Oh, this is interesting. This is like a topic that you really need, like, to know a lot about here. Math roll, mathematical expression menu bar, navigation, note, section whose content is parenthetic or ancillary to the main content, so like an aside or something. I wonder if they have an aside. They do complementary aside. Use the aside element. Okay. For a lot of this, like I want at least like to do the minimum to make it easy to navigate, but then also to make it like good experience, you know. So this is a topic that like needs to spend quite a bit of time on. Yeah. Say the document object model, but they didn't say like the tree part of it. Okay, so it represents a document with a logical tree. Each branch of the tree ends in a node. Each node contains objects. DOM methods allow programmatic access to the tree. With them, you can change the document structure, style, or content. DOM tree. This document HTML like has a head and a title and text inside of the title. Body could have like an H1 element and a paragraph element, each with text inside of it though. The actual DOM tree preserves white space. Interesting. Tree walker. That's fun. Yeah, okay. So then the accessibility tree is like a different let's see, where was it? Oh wait, we're in roles here. We were looking for so browsers then create an accessibility tree based on the DOM tree. It's used by platform-specific accessibility APIs to provide a representation that can be understood by assistive technologies. Okay, so then the when they say platform-specific, what do they mean? Accessibility API for these, like the specific the website or something? Accessibility name, accessible name and description computation spec. Right, does it have a state? Examples include checked or unchecked, checkbox states, and collapsed or expanded states for the summary element. Right. Okay. So they're looking to incubate APIs to express accessibility semantics and potentially allow read access to the computed accessibility tree. Yeah, I would like to see an example of that. So you can also say, go to this learn accessibility on the web. Accessibility tooling. It's a good one to go through. And then the ARIA basics. Test your skills on accessibility. That's a pretty good thing, I guess. DEC University. Never heard of that. Author contents prohibited. Okay. Interesting. There's so much work was done for this. I'd like to read a book on the story here of the origins of when did it start? When did they start thinking about accessibility for the web? Did it start alongside the initial HTML? I think it was HTML 2 or 3 or something like that was the one that was in the 90s. So there's accessibility tools, contrast tools, auditing tools, Wave homepage, pad form. Cool. Screen readers are available. Some are free products like NVDA. Some are built into the operating system. Yeah, I believe that too. We believe that every blind and plus vision impaired person deserves the right to freely and easily access a computer. Great software which makes that possible. Definitely agree with that. I believe everybody deserves the right freely and easily access a computer, and we need to make that happen. And they're specifically focused on the vision part of it. But there are other things that might prohibit somebody from being able to navigate navigate a web page, physical motor impairment and stuff. The key is to have good document structure at the beginning, right? So that's the bare minimum. Bare minimum is to have good document structure. So let's see, the max function then returns the largest of a set of comma separated values. And that is a CSS function you can use to set there. I don't understand why you would use that instead of the max width or something like that. I guess because this limits it to only one of two possibilities rather than the max width if you're using a a layout like flex, then it's going to scale anything in between there as well, from the min width to the max width. But this one's just going to choose one of two values. In the above example, the width of the image will be 250 pixels if the viewport width is less than 1,000 pixels. If the viewport width is greater than 1,000 pixels, the width of the image will be 25% of the viewport width. It's because 25 viewport width is 25% of viewport width, of course. I can see that noise like hitting on my microphone meter. So you can hear that, right? What the it sounds like it's right underneath me. It's so crazy. I think they're hitting like a crossbeam or something. And like I can feel the vibration of the crossbeam. It's so weird. It's like they're right underneath me, but they're in the apartment that's next to me, which is there's an entire room between us. It's such a far distance. There's like 15 feet, 15 to 20 feet, and an entire firewall between us. So like, what are they doing over there? What in the hell are they doing? It's like, are they gutting the place? What are they doing? Best practices with CSS and accessibility. Display none. Using display none means that screen readers and other assistive technologies won't be able to access this content. As it's not included in the accessibility tree, so therefore it is important to use this method only when you want to completely remove content from both visual presentation and accessibility. Visibility hidden hides the content visually but keeps it in the document flow, meaning it still occupies space on the page, but it's still not available, right? It's also no longer able to be read by screen readers because they have been removed from the accessibility tree. Then SR only, the CSS class, a common technique used to visually hide content while keeping it accessible to screen readers. So this is just a method, and it's a workaround, really. I think that there probably should be working on a different way to spec this out and abstract this away, right? So that we can keep these things in the accessibility tree. Okay, so they're doing some inline styling here as well for this here. I'm gonna go ahead and do like that. Okay. There we go, and inside of the CSS here, we'll add the CSS. So the span inside of that element can be read, but not anywhere else. So this is quite, like, it's quite a lot to remember, you know? Setting this SR only. Oops, and we're gonna have to go back to this. Okay, you need to set the position absolute. You need to set a 1x1 little pixel square, and a padding of 0, and then a margin of -1 pixels. Hide the overflow, clip, and then no wrap on the white space. Border is 0. So there's just like, okay, there's a lot there. So I guess we looked at scroll behavior. I don't really remember that part, except for, yeah, scroll. So when you click, yeah, it scrolls down and it kind of gives you an indication of where you are on the page. Smooth scrolling behavior. And then you can turn that off with setting a little like media query, or prefers reduced motion, no preference, and then you can set the scroll behavior smooth. So by default it's off, and if they have so if they have a preference, then it won't if they prefer to have reduced motion, then this won't come into play. Then hiding content with HTML attributes. ARIA hidden attribute used to hide an element from people using assistive technology such as screen readers, for example, can be used to hide decorative images that do not provide any meaningful content. Hidden attribute. This attribute is supported by most modern browsers and hides content both visually and from the accessibility tree. Can be easily toggled with JavaScript. Right. Okay. Let's see. I know I do need a review on how to work with the DOM in JavaScript. Accessibility issue of the placeholder attribute. Using placeholder text is not great for accessibility. Too often, users confuse the placeholder text with an actual input value. They think there is already a value in the input. Interesting. Okay. So right, I think this is a little, I think it's a bit more nuanced though, right? I mean, is this not for screen readers? Are they going to have a problem with the placeholder? Is that what that was? Let me go back for a second and read about that. What did they say about that in the previous thing? Maybe it was during the workshop. Yeah, because I don't see it there. Did they say in here? No. I think it might have been in the workshop, I guess. I don't know which step it was, though. No idea. Okay, so we're going to move on to the main topic of today. We've got quite a lot of reading to do, so this is going to take up probably the rest of the morning, if not start of the afternoon, after lunch. So we'll start with understanding how to work with floats and positioning in CSS, and this is going to be what common use cases for using floats and how do they work. So floats in CSS are a technique originally designed to allow text to wrap around an element such as an image. Over time, however, developers found new ways to use floats, applying them to layout design in creative ways. While modern layout methods like Flexbox and Grid are now more commonly used, understanding floats is still important, especially when working with older code or needing to achieve specific layout effects. So when an element is floated, it's taken out of the normal document flow and pushed to the left or right of its container. The content that follows will wrap around the floated element, filling the remaining space. One classic use is wrapping text around images, where an image is floated to one side and text wraps around it. This technique is still widely used, especially in articles and blogs where images need to be placed alongside text. So here's a code example. So we're pulling in an image from placehold.co, and we have an alt text of placeholder image. And the container here, where we have text, well, it looks like we're overflowing the container. The border is 1 pixel, so the padding is 10 pixels. And so the image is just floating over top. So the above example, the container doesn't wrap around the floated image. The image is out of the normal document flow, and the container collapsed to 0 height because it doesn't see the floated children elements. So floats were also popular for creating multi-column layouts before Flexbox and Grid became widespread. By floating elements next to each other, developers could create columns that aligned horizontally. However, when using floats, it's important to handle the problem of collapsing parent elements when their child elements are floated. The clear fix technique solution is applied to the class container element to fix this issue. So this is an example of text flowing around a floated image. Right. Container after image. So then after is a pseudo element, we've covered that. Adds an invisible block after the content of the container. Display block. All right, really having a hard time focusing here. Okay, so we have this container div with an image and a paragraph inside. So the 150 by 150 image is to the left of the paragraph element. And then so how have we achieved this? Okay, so we have the container, the border for the container there, and then after the container clear fix CSS, we put a blank block, a display block clear both. It's clear both. We haven't covered that. What does clear both mean? Let's see. Okay, so content blank string ensures the pseudo element is present but doesn't display any content. And then display block makes the pseudo element a block level element. Clear both ensures the pseudo element clears both sides of any floated elements above it. So above and below? I don't know what that means. Let's go look at the MDN. CSS property. Whether an element must be moved below floating elements that precede it need to be cleared. So cleared like out of the way so that the floating element can take its place. Is that what they're trying to say? The clear property applies to floating and non-floating elements. As much mud in the streets as if the waters had been... Wait a minute. So they're saying clear left, clear right, clear both. But what is this example here? Oh, this is clear none. Okay. Clear left means that you're going to push everything to the bottom of the left one. So any text is going to be put to the bottom. Clear right is going to be on the bottom of the right container, and clear both is going to be the same as that because it takes the largest one. Okay. So we can play around with this then. We can say left, clear left, there, clear right. Don't understand what we're clearing here in this case. If you clear both, then it's that. The pseudo element clears it, but then so normally it would look like that without any float. You could float it to the right. You can float it to the left. Can you float it to the center? No, that's not an option. Left, right. Inline end or inline start? Okay. Inline start is the same as left. Okay. And we do a margin to the right of 20 pixels. We got rid of the margin. We did float right. Then it's there. Okay, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay. It's called a clear fix CSS. Okay. And then... So you add a new paragraph element to make the collapse more noticeable. So what happens if we get rid of that this thing. If we get rid of this collapse, so let's see. The collapse is more noticeable. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so you have to add some extra thing in there because the image is taking up too much, it's taking up more space than what's given by the text. So you can have this pseudo element that's just a blank text element push the text down so that the container then fills the height of that. Okay, that makes sense. And since it's basically an element with 0 height, then we're just pushing it to the edge of the image. So because the paragraph remains in the normal document flow, the container expands just enough to wrap around it. Then we apply the clear fix technique to fix the collapse and make the container's border display correctly. You can try removing the clear fix rule to see the container collapse again. The clear fix technique ensures the parent element wraps around its floated children properly. Clear fix forces the parent container to quote unquote see the floated child elements by adding a clear property after the floated content. Okay. While floats are no longer the go-to method for complex layouts due to more modern techniques like Flexbox and Grid, they still play an essential role in certain scenarios. So whether you're wrapping text around images or working on legacy projects, understanding how floats work and how to clear them properly is key to maintaining well-structured and responsive layouts. So what's common? Common use case for using floats in CSS. So if you want to wrap text around images, it's basically kind of the only use case here. Which CSS property is often used to clear floats and maintain the layout flow? Clear? Clear floats. Okay, so how does applying float left to an element affect its position in the layout? So I feel like it's removed from the normal document flow if it doesn't take up the container. Oh, and then this one's just completely wrong. It stays in the normal doc foot, but it aligns to the top of the container. Right, that's totally wrong. Okay. Consider supporting Free Code Camp. And if you can't support, well, that's fine. But if you can support, and you can also, and you also have a little bit extra, you know, you can support me as well. If you send me a donation, that will go towards sending a donation to Free Code Camp as well, so that we can get rid of these pop-ups. Yeah, if you can't support financially, then it's just being here is enough. That will help grow the channel, the reach of the channel, so you can help in that way. If you like, commenting helps. Indicate the engagement with the material. That helps drive YouTube's algorithm, and also sharing. Sharing is the the old word of mouth is always good. it helps to get more subscribers, get more views on this. So if this is useful for you, or if you are following a similar journey, definitely appreciate any and all support, including financial and networking support. What is relative positioning? How does this differ from the default static positioning? Relative positioning. Oh, I gotta go back and check off our first one. So we did that. We did the review on accessibility. We're on to relative positioning, how it differs from default static. So in CSS positioning, positioning allows us to control how elements are laid out on a page. Two common types of positioning are static positioning and relative positioning. By default, elements are statically positioned. This means they follow the normal flow of the document, one after another, from top to bottom, left to right. Static positioning is the default for all elements and doesn't need any special declaration in CSS. You won't notice anything different when using static positioning because it just keeps elements where they naturally occur in the document. This is so here's an example of a paragraph using default static positioning. Right? Okay. Default static. Okay. When rendered in the browser, this paragraph will appear in its natural position following the normal document flow. No special styling is applied to move it, and it remains where it would naturally appear in the layout. Relative positioning, on the other hand, allows an element to be shifted from its normal position without disrupting the flow of the document. Think of it as moving the element from its default static position by giving it new coordinates. Here is how you might apply relative positioning. Okay, so we just have a link to the style sheet and a paragraph element, just like before, except now we're going to change the relative position. We give the paragraph a class of relative, so it ties it with the style sheet here. And we say position being relative, and we're going to move from where it usually is 30 pixels down from the top and 30 pixels to the right from the left. We'll be back in a few. All right, so we have a quiz here. They also say that relative positioning is very useful when you want to move an element slightly without affecting the rest of the layout. So this is a bit drastic though, right? So it is affecting the container. You have escaped the container, so you might run into problems. Default positioning, I think, was fixed. Is that what it was, or static? Is it fixed or static? Statically positioned? What does relative positioning do to an element? Moves it relative to its normal position. How does relative positioning differ from static positioning? Relative positioning removes the element from the document flow? No, it doesn't. Allows elements to be shifted from their default positioning. Static? No, it doesn't. Relative positioning allows you to shift an element without disrupting the document flow, that's for sure. Okay, so what's absolute positioning? How does it work? Absolute positioning takes you to, it allows you to take an element out of the normal document flow, making it behave independently from other elements. When an element is positioned absolutely, it is placed in its own layer, completely separate from everything else in the layout. This makes it useful for creating floating UI features such as modals, tooltips, or drop-down menus, which can overlap other elements on the page. By default, absolutely positioned elements are placed relative to the closest positioned ancestor. If no positioned ancestor is found, the element will be positioned relative to the initial containing block. So I gotta read that again. Okay, so by default, absolutely positioned elements are placed relative to the closest positioned ancestor. So it's absolute in relation to the ancestor. If no positioned ancestor is found, the element will be positioned relative to the initial containing block, which is usually the browser's viewport. Now I'm confused because I don't quite understand what they mean by positioned here. If you don't specify a positioning, that is, if it's just by default the static position, will the child element be relative to that if you give it a position of absolute? Okay. You can move the absolutely positioned element around using top, bottom, left, and right. So setting top 30, left 30 moves the element 30 pixels away from the top and left edges of the containing block. An example of how to apply absolute positioning to an element in CSS is there. And I actually use absolute positioning for some of my elements that I use for streaming, because I like to give the browser source the full space, the full canvas, to allow for animations to come in from anywhere on the screen. Since I do that, I like to have a positioning away from the corners and stuff, so that there's I have a certain layout that I try to adhere to, and certain regions that I keep to. So I try to move elements to certain regions. and that's why I use the absolute positioning to move it around, so I know exactly where it's going to be. I don't have to worry about it being moved away if I try to add something else to that layer. So when this code is applied, the element will be removed from the normal document flow and placed 30 pixels away from the top and left of its containing block. Absolute positioning can be especially helpful for creating elements that are meant to float over the rest of the content, like overlays or modal windows. However, since the element is removed from the document flow, it can also create gaps or cause other elements to collapse together if not handled properly. Right. Since it is removed from the document flow. So you have to keep that in mind ahead of time, because you could be breaking something. And I have done that in the past when I've been messing around with the New York Times website to kind of adjust the layout so that it's a little bit better for screen. And I used like absolute positioning for some things that I shouldn't have. And like other games and stuff, so it kind of like moves stuff out of the way. That wasn't good. Yeah, it wasn't a good thing. I should get back to doing some of that stuff, because I think a lot of people really connected with that. With those short solve videos. I might want to try to do those again. I just don't want to spend too much time on them. I need to set up a little factory of scripts to easily like record it and then easily upload and add the all the things needed to schedule and whatnot. Okay, so what happens when an element is positioned absolutely in CSS? Element overlaps other elements placed in its own layer. Placed in its... No, it's... moves to the top of the page. Elements in... No, it kind of overlaps other elements. Placed in its own layer. Okay, yeah. How do you move an absolutely positioned element 30 pixels away from the top and left edges of its containing block set? Oh gosh, okay. So easy. So if no positioned ancestor is found, where is an absolutely positioned element placed? Let's see. The initial containing block, which is usually the browser's viewport. Right, okay, so let's move on to... What is fixed and sticky positioning? How does it differ from absolute positioning? Fixed and sticky positioning are two important CSS positioning strategies, each offering distinct behaviors. Compared to absolute positioning, when an element is positioned with fixed position, it is removed from the normal document flow, placed relative to the viewport, meaning that it stays in the same position even when the user scrolls. Got it. This is often used for elements like headers or navigation bars that need to remain visible at all times. For example, if you want a heading to stay fixed at the top of the page, you can use the following code. So you got a fixed header there. If you've ever seen ads that pop up, they're going to use that. They're so fucking annoying. Position fixed. Top is so 0 from the top, although we do have some kind of like padding up on the top. Okay, yeah, there is some padding. have a solid border around it of gray, but it's only the border bottom. Okay. The width is 500 pixels. So it just so happens that is larger or just the right size for this. There we go. Wait. I can't scroll. Okay. All right. Right, okay. So in this example, the H1 element will stick to the top of the viewport. Even when the user scrolls, it will remain in place. This is useful for creating persistent UI elements. Like sticky headers or always visible navigation. Position sticky behaves as a hybrid between relative and fixed positioning. Initially, the element behaves as though it is positioned relatively, staying within the flow of the document. However, once the user scrolls the element past a certain point, it sticks to the viewport and behaves as though it is fixed. This is great for creating elements like sticky navigation bars, which only become fixed once the user scrolls to a certain position. And here's how to apply sticky positioning. Okay, but that looks terrible. Sticky header. That looks terrible there. You probably want to put some background on that. Put some stank on it. There you go. So in this example, the H1 element will behave normally until the user scrolls it 30 pixels away from the top, at which point it will stick to the top of the viewport. Yeah, but they're putting like... I don't like that part. It's relative. I like it like that. Like, yeah, so that makes more sense. So you do it like that. I don't know why it's like that. If I zoom out, it's worse. If I zoom in, maybe it's better. Okay, it's all right, whatever. So some key differences between absolute fixed and sticky positioning. Absolute positioning removes an element from the document flow and positions it relative to the nearest positioned ancestor, or the initial containing block if none exists. The element stays in that position regardless of scrolling. Fixed positioning also removes the element from the document flow, but it fixes it relative to the viewport, meaning it will stay visible in the same spot even as the page is scrolled. Sticky positioning keeps the element in the normal flow initially, but allows it to stick in place after scrolling past a defined threshold. These strategies allow you to create layouts that include floating elements, sticky headers, and more dynamic UI components, enhancing user experience by making important information always accessible. So what is the main difference between fixed and sticky positioning? Fixed stays in place relative to the viewport. Sticky moves based on scroll position. So I think the first one is the most fitting one. Fixed stays in place relative to the viewport. I just like a little sticky moves based on scroll position. Yeah, no. Yes, but also not quite the descriptor I'd use for that. What property must be defined for sticky positioning to work? You have to set the position to sticky, right? I mean, is that not what we did? How does fixed positioning differ from absolute positioning? And this is the key. That's a sticking point here. Fixed positioning doesn't allow scrolling. Fixed is relative to the viewport. Absolute is relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. Absolute positioning keeps the element within the normal document flow. There we go. Okay. What's the z-index property? How does it work for controlling the stacking of positioned elements? So the z-index property is in CSS is used to control the vertical stacking order of positioned elements that overlap on the page. When multiple elements are stacked on top of each other, the z-index value determines which element appears on top. The higher the z-index value, the closer the element is to the viewer, while lower values place the element farther back in the stack. Is it farther or further? Shouldn't it be further? Lower values. Lowering the value places the element further in the stack, but lower values place the element farther back in the stack. I don't know. Some grammar. Just some grammar stickling here. However, the z-index only works on elements that are positioned, which means the element must have a position value other than static, such as relative, absolute, or fixed. Okay, so you have to give it a value other than static, relative, absolute, or fixed. Okay. So when you say that it's positioned, you mean that it's something other than static. That's what you're saying. Okay, that's not what... kind of didn't make that clear before, and that's why I was having trouble understanding the absolute part of that. So absolute usually is going to be relative to the viewport, the initial viewport, because like you don't often position other elements as absolute other than, yeah, you're trying to like move containers around. You're not gonna like go like, okay, I want gonna move this container, but then I'm gonna move elements within the container to be absolute positioning as well. It's kind of strange. Places the element in the default stacking order. Let's take a look at an example with 3 boxes. Oh, okay. 3 boxes in a container ship. Now we can apply some styles to position the boxes to overlap on each other like this. You can put box 2 on top of box 3, which is then on top of box 1. Box 1 gets the index 1, box 2 gets the index 3, and box 3 gets the index 2. So that means that 2 is on the top, 3 is on the middle, and then 1 is on the bottom. And that's exactly what they're going to say right here. Relative, the positioning will be set relative nested. So when they're equal, I think that they just go by the regular order, right? They just go by the regular order. So if I put box 2 equal to box 3 or box... So if I put box 3 equal to box 1, then it will be underneath it, right? Although you can't tell from here. Can't tell from here that that's what's going on. Let me see. If I could put box 2 equal to box 1... Now they're in order. Where's box 2? Oh, the more recent one goes on top. Okay, I got it. The more recent one goes on top. Got it. Especially used for controlling how overlapping elements behave in complex layouts such as modals, pop-ups, or tooltips. You can set the C-index property to like 999 to make sure that it's always on top. Color of an element, vertical stacking order of positioned elements is the Z-index. Yeah, there we go. Must be true about an element. It must have a position other than static. The Z-index value places an element on top of all others. Did we talk about that? Wait a minute. Auto will place the element in the default stacking order, but this is worded so strangely. Which Z-index value places an element on top of all other values, I guess, because then it would be this one. That's so odd. Okay. Well, just in time for lunch here, we'll get set up for this here. We know we need 80 steps, so let me set my steps. So we'll set this to 80 steps, and we'll get our little preview thing here up there. Building a cat painting. This is what we're gonna do. So that's what we'll do when we come back from lunch. Is do this workshop, and then we'll build a house painting as the lab after that, and that'll be the day. Have a good lunch. I'll catch you back here. Okay, we are back from lunch. We're gonna do a workshop on building a cat painting, and it's 80 steps, which is quite a large number of steps for these type of things. So let's see what we're gonna do. So we're gonna draw this thing. Seems like there's lots of radiuses and stuff. Is this exactly what we're gonna build? Because that's crazy. There's a lot going on there. Let's see. Let's shrink this down here. I think that's good for me, at least. Just get the preview popped out to the other side here, and really got to do something with that with the pomodoro settings. I'm gonna add something, so bear with me for one moment as I work on this here. I need to set filter on this, I think. Oh no, it's not that one, it's on this. No? Really? Wait, where is it? Which one is it on? Oh, it's a filter on there. Okay, so I want... we want to move it to the bottom center, maybe? Where do I want it to go? You know what? Let's move it to the center. Bottom center, upper right. Let's move it to the... So rather than upper right or upper left, I'm going to change the upper left positioning. I think rather than upper left, I think I just want to move it over to cover on top of something else. So I want to move it to... let's try moving it to 270. Let's move it to 1,000 and see where that goes. And that is blocking there, so let's move it a little bit more. Try 1,200 maybe. A little bit more, I guess. A little bit more. 14. Okay, so that looks good. So actually, let's go a little bit further over. Let's go to 1,600. So, getting it out of the way of there for now. It's just temporary. We'll just have it move out of the way. It's over here. Okay. Okay, so I think then we're set up now to do this. I just want to make this full screen. There we go. Okay. All right, so step one, we have the basic boilerplate. We're going to begin by adding a link element within the head element, as usual. I'm going to set the rel attribute to be style sheets, and we're going to set the href to be /styles.css, closing it off there. Wait. What? What did I do? Oh, style sheet, not style sheets. Of course. Okay. And we move along. Now we're in the styles.css file. We're going to use the universal selector, which is star, to add a box sizing of border box. So this is going to make it so that the padding and border in the specified width and height, so that we know that the exact width and height is covered when we set the width and height, and the padding just goes inside from there. Give your body element a background color, so body selector, selecting the body element, background color to C9 D2FC. which is a nice little cerulean blue. Gonna go back to the HTML file. We're going to create a main element using some semantic elements here. And inside that main element, we're gonna create a div element with the class cat-head. And step 5, we're going to use a class selector to select the cat head class. And we're going to give it a width of 205 pixels with a height of 180 pixels. And we're going to give a border that is 1 pixel in width, and it's going to be a solid style with the color being black. And we're going to give a border radius of 46% of the container, which is the main element, which comes from, so what does that come from? Does that come from the height? I forget. So it's 46% of the container, so the container's height and width. Right, I think it's the height and width of the container. Okay, and so to see the cat head element is very thin up in there. I'm gonna actually zoom in a little bit, increase the scale here to that. And we're gonna give a linear gradient background for the cat here, so we could do linear gradient. And the first stop is going to be, oh, we have to tell it which direction though. We're going to tell it okay, so we don't actually need it. It's going to go from top to bottom if we don't specify, or bottom from the bottom to the top. 85% is going to be the first stop. And a 45454F, almost completely gray, at 100%, which we don't need to specify, but we will. Might not notice the difference between these two colors, but they are there. So you can see at the bottom there, there's a slightly darker end there. Now, on the topic for today, CSS positioning lets us set how we want an element to be positioned in the browser, and it has a position property that we can set to static, absolute, relative, sticky, or fixed. And once we set the position property of the element, we can move the element around by setting a pixel or a percentage value for one or more of the top, right, left, or bottom properties. There's a static is the default positioning for all elements. If you assign it to an element, you won't be able to move it around with top, right, left, or bottom. We're going to give this a position property of static, and we're going to say that we want the top to be 100 pixels, and we want the left to be 100 pixels. And of course that didn't move anything, right? Obviously. You see nothing happens. The cat head element did not move despite setting a top and left of 100 pixels each. That's not the case with relative positioning. So when you use relative value, the element is still positioned according to the normal flow of the document, but the top, left, bottom, and right values become active. So we're going to change this to relative for our position, and you can see it moved there. When you use absolute value for your position property, the element is taken out of the normal flow of the document, and then its position is determined by the top, right, bottom, and left properties. We're going to set the property position property to absolute. That just moves a little bit, so it's going from the viewport rather than the container, which would be the body, I believe. So the body has a little bit of margin and padding already in it there. So the fixed position property lets you make an element fixed to the page no matter where it is. So let's go back and do that. So they said absolute. Wait, they are using absolute for that. I don't know why it's moved. So they moved it 300 pixels and then 400 pixels. Okay, I see. And then we changed the cat head height or something. No, we did that. Never mind. Okay. So we have to do some more markups to see how fixed positioning works. In the HTML, we're going to create a div element with a class of box. And then we're on step 11. We're going to use a class selector to give the box element a width of 200 pixels and a height of 600 pixels with a background color of black, setting it with the triple zeros for the hex value. And we're going to position it at absolute, and we're going to give a top position at 800 pixels away from the top and 650 pixels away from the left border. Now we're going to replace the cat head positioning to fixed. After that, we're going to scroll up, which doesn't do anything for me, unfortunately, but you can see that we are remained fixed there. Okay, so sticky positioning is a hybrid of relative and fixed positioning. It allows an element to stick to a specific position within its containing element or viewport. Based on the scroll position, we're going to change the value of the position property of cat head to sticky and set top to 0, then remove left at its value. And to see how sticky works, you have to place a couple of texts before and after your cat head element. If you scroll down after that, you'll see that the cat head gets stuck to the top and remains there. Right. So change it to sticky, set the top to 0, and just remove the left value. And if you were to zoom in, you see, I don't know what's supposed to happen here because I have to zoom in on it. I'm not sure what exactly is going on here. Yeah, I don't think, okay, whatever. I understood what it was from before. And so if you have trouble understanding that, just go back in the video about an hour, and we've covered that sticky position there. Right. I will actually share a link to this activity in the chat. I think this is all we need to do here for that step. We're on step 14 now, and we're going to give the cat head element a position of absolute again. I'm going to set a value of 0 for right, left, top, and bottom properties. Top, bottom, left, and right. We're going to set a margin property to all sides to auto. And it centers it in there. It's one way to center an element vertically and horizontally using CSS positioning. So since we use the absolute positioning, it centers it vertically as well with the viewport. Remove the div element with class box because you don't need it anymore. We'll get rid of that, and that just gets rid of that. We'll remove the CSS rule and all the declarations were there for associated with that box div that we don't have anymore. And we can remove interruptions by sending a donation to Free Code Camp. You could donate, or you could send me a coffee or a tip at the Ko-fi. Which is always appreciated. So inside this div cat head, we're going to create another div to take care of the ears here. Wait, what happened? Okay. Inside cat ears, we're going to create two other div elements. One with a class of cat left ear. And one with a class of cat right ear. Then we're going to create a div, or two div elements. First one inside of the cat left ear, and so we'll call this one class cat left inner ear, all separated with hyphens there. And then we'll probably just do the same thing for this one, but give it a right inner ear. Go. Now we need to style some of this up. Let's get those ears going. Cat right ear. We're going to give a height of 100 pixels and a width of 100 pixels. And we're going to set the background color to white. And they're just little boxes there. We're going to set border left and right border. So border left to be 35 pixels, solid blue. Border right and do the same there. And then we're going to set the top and bottom borders 35 pixel solid red. Weird looking cat ears, bro. I mean, what are we doing here? Okay, so notice that you have a white square with thick borders. The borders have diagonal edges, which can be used to create triangles. You will need them to create your cat's ears. Oh, God. So within the same class selector, we're going to adjust the width and height back to 0. And so we just have borders, which is interesting. Wait a minute. So the box sizing is only taken care of by the... Why is that? It's by the borders? The borders are what tell us what it is? So padding and the content don't matter. But the border does. You can already kind of see like where the ear is going to be. You see that blue triangle on the left would make a nice little ear there. And so we can just get that border left probably by setting the other colors to be transparent. So change the opacity to 0. Oh, right. So within the same, so they said also to set the left, right, and top border. So there it is. Okay, so I did not read what that should be. Transparent's going to be white there. Wait, the left, right, and top border. So just the bottom border is going to be a little reddier? I don't understand that. Oh, and then they said remove this, and then we should see the triangle. Right, but that's kind of not where I was expecting the ear to be. Okay. Let's clean up your review code by removing the cat ear selector and all of its properties. Okay. What? Clean up your review code. Oh, is that supposed to be the right ear? Well, like, from the cat's perspective, stage cat? Cat right or audience right? I can give a border of 35 pixels solid transparent. And we're going to also set the bottom border then. $70 pixels solid 5E. 5E, it's kind of gray. I don't see anything though. Move the left ear into position. Position of absolute. Top, we're gonna move to the left, 26 pixels. Or to the top, and we're gonna move it towards the top. And then we're gonna move it to the left 31 pixels. There we go, okay. We probably want to rotate that thing then, I guess. We're going to take a break and come back and finish up step number 24 and the rest of this. Okay. So let's see, where were we? We were making the cat's ear. Oh, so we probably want to rotate this, right? But they're saying those edges are too sharp for an ear. Well, yeah, I mean, that also doesn't look like a cat's ear, though. Okay, border top left radius. Okay. 90 pixels. Oh, that's how they're getting that funky looking stuff. Border top right radius. 10 pixels. There we go. Weird that there's still a little nib up there. So to position the left ear properly, you can use the CSS transform to rotate it into in a certain degree. So we're going to rotate negative 45 degrees. And there you go. It's right on the head there. So we can probably just copy the same code, right? And then just mirror it for the right side. But we're gonna work through it here. Cat right ear, of course, then just have to be a left and right border. Transparent. Okay. Right. I mean, it's just this, so we'll just duplicate that and move that down into here. Okay. Set the position to absolute. Top of negative 26 pixels. Left now of 163 pixels. There we go. And then as we did for the left ear, we're going to rotate 45 degrees instead of negative 45 degrees. And now we'll add our border radiuses. Border top radius, top left radius now of 90 pixels. There we go. Same, it's the same one, interestingly enough. Okay, so let's put that there, and then we'll do border top right radius of 10 pixels, and then that gets the other one. So it just looks like it's the same thing, just rotated. Interestingly enough. Okay. So the ear should always be placed above the part of the head it overlaps. So we can do this with the z-index property. So it's a property you can use to define the order of overlapping HTML elements. Any element with a higher z-index will always be positioned over an element with a lower z-index. So to see the z-index in action, we're going to set it to -1 and see that it gets put behind. Okay, is that what we want? Instead of -1, we're going to put it to 1. And we should set the z-index property of the right ear to 1 so that it stays over the top of the head there. Most cats have different colors of in their ear in the inner part of the same ear. You can implement the same too. That's why you defined a div element for both right and left inner ears a while ago. So we'll use a cat left inner ear selector. And we're going to give a border left of 20 pixels solid transparent. And we'll do the same with the border right, I think. Border right. We'll give the bottom border a little bit more thickness, 40 pixels solid, and we'll give this one a color of 3B, 3B, 4F. So it's like a gray. That's a little shifted to the blue. There we go. And then we're going to move the inner ear into position with the absolute position property. And we're going to move it 22 pixels down from the top, and we're going to move it towards the left 20 pixels. There we go. Okay, and to remove all of the pointed edges of the ear, you can set a bottom right and bottom left border radius of 40% each. So border bottom left is what you say for 40%. Then I can duplicate it for bottom right. Did that work? Oh, radius is what we need. Okay, and then a top right border radius of 10 pixels with a top left radius of, I guess, 90. Interestingly enough, okay. All right. Time to work on the right inner ear. Cat right inner ear. And we're gonna give it a left and right border. So we're gonna have 20 pixels transparent. So we're just gonna copy these. And we're gonna give it the same border bottom that we did to the other one. We'll set the position for absolute, and we'll do a top 22 pixels, and we're going to change the left to negative 20 pixels rather than, oh wait, that is the same, so it's absolute from the container. Right, okay, yep. So that makes sense then. It's absolute from the container. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. So as we did for the left inner ear, we're going to remove the sharp edges in the right inner ear by setting a bottom border radius as the same stuff and the same, it's just the same stuff. So I'm just going to copy it, paste it down here. There we go. Create a div element with the class cat eyes. Yeah. Inside the cat eyes, we're going to create 2 div elements. One with a class of cat left eye. And the other of a cat right eye. I should have just copied it. Make sure there's 2 inside. But 1 and 2. I guess this just didn't. What? Seems like we have it right. Don't we have it right? Cat left eye, cat right eye. Cat eyes. I am confused. I don't see what the problem is here. Did I spell something wrong? Oh, I didn't put class. That's what it was. Oh my gosh, I am silly. Okay, so we're going to create 2 elements in the inner. Cat left inner eye. Save that and just copy that, move that down here inside of the right, and then we're just going to change that from left to right. Yeah. And we're more than halfway there. So let's see, we're going to use a class selector. Give our cat left eye element. Oh, so we haven't been taking a look at this, have we? We've been looking at this. Oh man, that sucks. Oh, I'm being ridiculous here. It sucks. Okay. Cat left eye element, the width is 30 pixels. The height is 40 pixels, and the background color is black, set by the triple zeros. Top gonna be 54 pixels, 39 pixels. Okay. And give a border radius of 60% for the eye, and transform rotation of 25 degrees. Here we go. Looks cool. Gonna do a similar thing for the cat right eye. Width of 30. Height of 40. Background color of 000. Okay. We need to move it 134 pixels there, and that way we're going. Then we're gonna add a border radius, 60%, of course, and we're gonna transform. Now this time we're gonna go rotation of negative 25 degrees, and there you go. They look like eyes, but you can still make them better. That's why you created two inner eye elements. So we're gonna select the cat left inner eye, and we're gonna give that a width of 10 pixels. We're gonna give it a height 20 pixels and a background color of white using the triple F hex code. Position it absolutely with a top of distance from the top of 8 pixels and a distance from the left of 2 pixels. And we're going to give it a border radius of 60%, and we're going to rotate that to 10 degrees. That looks pretty cool. Okay, now we're basically copying the same thing. -5 degrees now is for that one. So 8 on the top, the left is going to be 18. The width is the same, border radius is 60, and we're going to rotate it now -5, so just slightly a slight variation of that. Slight variation on that one rather than 10. Huh. Time to work on the nose. We're going to have to give a div element with a class called cat nose. And set 51, we're going to use the class selector to give cat nose a left and right border. So border left, 18 pixels solid transparent. And we're going to do a border on the bottom as well. This one will have a color of some kind of gray, a brownish color, shifted red. So it's like a gray that's shifted red. There you go. That's brown. Position it absolutely. 108 pixels from the top and 85 pixels from the left. Okay. Removing the sharp edges by giving a border radius of 50%. Top left, bottom right, and bottom left corners. So I can do it like this, right? A border top left radius, and then copy top right. Bottom left. Bottom right. What the hell's the point of rotating 180 degrees? Okay, like that. Yeah. There we go. Gonna work on the mouth. Cat mouth. Line left. And I'll copy that, duplicate it, and Change it to right in. Okay, closing in here. We're almost done. So we're going to change the cat mouth. Width of 30 pixels, height of 50, and a border of 2 pixels, solid black. Cat mouth div. Is that what it is? Okay, well, that's a little odd looking, isn't it? Yeah, I am not feeling great today. I got a lot of anxiety. A lot of stress. The cortisol levels are just spiking. Gosh. All right, so you're going to make the 2 mouth lines. All right, let's take a break. Okay, here we go. Let's go. So we're gonna make the two mouth lines in an elliptical shape. I'm gonna give the cat mouth div selector a border color of black, transparent. Okay. Then we're gonna give a border radius of 190% divided by. What does that do? Oh, okay, and then we just need to move those into place. Okay. Cat mouth line left element. Oh, I see what we're doing. So we set the shape of these things up here, which we could have done previously, and then anything that changes is where we're using more specificity to add. Although on here, I think the specificity is greater here than it is here with the class selector. Here we have a class selector and a element selector. So I think the won't that win out? I'm confused. Okay, but the position hasn't been set yet, so it's fine, I guess, because we haven't set a position for those ones. Top is going to be 88 pixels. Left is going to be 74 pixels. Is that where we want it to be? Okay, and we're going to use the transform property to rotate into position at 170 degrees. Okay, well, that's what we're going for. All right, and we'll do a similar thing with cat mouth. Line right. Position absolutely. Top 88 pixels, left of 91 pixels. And then we'll rotate it into position, I guess, from there. Transform, rotate 165 degrees. That brings it almost all the way into position. Last thing we work on are the whiskers. There are going to be 6 of them. So we'll create one element with a class called cat whiskers. Okay. And inside here we'll create one div with cat whiskers left as the class, and then another one with cat whiskers right. Okay, now inside of the left cat whiskers, we're going to create 3 divs. Cat whisker left top as one. Cat whisker left middle. Cat whisker left bottom. And we'll do a similar thing for this stuff. So we're just going to do a copy here. I'm going to duplicate and move into place, and then I'm going to do a search for left, and I'm just going to wipe that out, put it right there, and there you go. Quick and easy way to do that. Use a descendant selector to target the 3 div elements inside your cat whiskers left. So we're going to get all the divs that are off of there and give it a width of 40 pixels, a height of 1 pixel, and a background color of black. And then we're going to put this into position here, don't we? Okay. Same thing. I think, is it the same stuff? It is the same stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to duplicate. Replace for the cat right. There we go. Easy peasy. Then we'll target the cat whisker left top element. Position it absolutely. 120 pixels from the top, 52 pixels from the left. It's a funny looking whisker. We're going to rotate it. 10 degrees. 10 degrees. And then I'll do a similar thing here. Left to middle. $127 from the top, 52 there, and no transform. There we go. And then we'll rotate the whisker 3 degrees. Okay. We're going to do the same thing for here. Oh, 134 from the top, 52 there. Any rotation? No, not yet. Here we'll rotate it -3. There we go. You gotta move these on the position though. So we'll move the right whiskers into place. So it's basically the same here. Um, 109 pixels though over here. There we go. And do a -10 rotation there, which looks wrong, but okay. Somehow it worked out. $127. Go. Become a sip otter. Get those otters. Set a move for Pomodoro. Okay. And we're gonna rotate -3 degrees for this one. Oh god. Okay. Right middle. Bottom to the top. I guess we're closing in on this the end here. We're just gonna rotate 3 degrees. And that's our little cat picture, I guess. And there you go. Oh, let's go back and finish up this thing. So we did do it. So there we go. Let's go take a look at this little cat painting here. And we'll review the code in a second too. Didn't mean to jump out of it so quickly. I really feel like the whiskers are a little low though, aren't they? They're kind of like around the mouth. They maybe should be like up a little bit. So can we like move cat whiskers? I don't know if we can without really fucking things up though. We tried to select the cat whiskers, what would happen? Let's see, cat whiskers. We set the cat whiskers, the position to absolute, what would happen? Let's see if something goofy happens. Nothing. I can top it by like moving it up like 5 pixels maybe. There we go. That's all I wanted to do. -2. -3. Looks okay. Let's just move from the left. We'll do a -2 pixels there as well. It's actually too much. 1 pixel. There we go. Now it's a little bit more center. They look a little goofier. And right there. You can also do like a transform rotate on here, right? Three degrees of rotation. Goofy cat. All right, there we go. So there you go. You can adjust it from there. Okay, interesting cat there. Okay. Transform set to 3. Yeah, I don't. Did I not do that? Right bottom, transform. There it is, okay. There we go. So next we're gonna build a house painting from there. Go ahead and clear the progress bar. Turn that off there. And we'll pop out the preview here. And I don't know how far beyond I want to go with this. I am not feeling great. My body just feels odd. Like I just need a nap or something. I need a need to relax. So we're gonna make this thing here. So let's think about how we would do this. We've got a lot going on. In the background, we've got two divs, right? We've got the background. And then kind of like on top of that, we have this grass. So we could do that in one of two ways. We could do that with a, sky background. We could have a div container for both of these. And then inside of that container, we have a blue background div and a green background div, and we just have them block layout stacked one on top of the other. That could work. The other way is to layer one over top of the other, since we're doing positioning, that might be the way that we approach this, is to use a fixed, or either fixed or absolute positioning for the background. And so we just set the entire background, so to make it the height of the viewport and the width of the viewport, and then have the grass be a smaller height, and then position it to the bottom, and then do an absolute, like from the bottom, orient it from the bottom up. The thatch stuff's interesting. We'll get to that. So then we have this square box that's going to be like margin centered, like in the center. It looks like we're going to center that right into the middle with the auto setting there. So position it absolutely, and then just set the margin to auto, and it should set it into the middle there. Oh, there's more to it when we zoom out. Okay. There's more to it when we zoom out. Interesting. Okay, so you have the chimney stack, and then there's like this little element. That might be difficult to achieve there. I doubt that they're going to ask us to do that part, though. We've got a house chimney thing here with, you make it like a smokestack, so you gotta like create these elements and then stack them on top of one another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in total. Stack them on top of each other. The door in the middle. Yeah. And then this welcome mat, that's kind of cute. I like that. And there's some shearing going on with the transform there. So, and okay, so there's a doorknob, and then there's windows. Okay. So I would do this as like the background there. And then a separate element, I would maybe do a div for the house, all of the house elements encapsulated in that. Move, and then inside of that house div, we can do the individual pieces inside of there. So the door, the floor mat, the window left and the window right, or we can do windows total and then work from there. The chimney, and then just break it down into sub problems from there. So, where do we begin? We're gonna first link our style sheet as always. There we go. So it looks like by the way that they want this is we want a div with an ID of house. And the house should have a position set to relative. Let's just focus on the content elements first. I'll even just hide the CSS here. So part 2, number 2, or step 2, or the second user story, whatever you want to refer to that as, is referencing the styling. So as well, the step 3, user story 4, 5 div elements inside the house, right? So we should have an ID of chimney. Is what I was thinking here. Gonna have roof. You're gonna have window 1, so they are separating them in on this hierarchy here at the house level, which is sensible. Window 2 as well. And we want to have the door as well. 6 refers to styling, 7 refers to styling. 8 and 9 refer to styling. 10 refers to styling. Both your windows and your door should have either left or right set to a value that places them within the house borders. Yeah, I don't exactly know what they mean by that. Is the positioning, I think they mean. Okay. Chimney be behind the house. So they're not even talking about the background at all. So should have a div with an ID of house. So that's how they're selecting it. And then traversing the tree from there by the looks of it. So we could probably wrap this in a in another thing, or we could do div ID sky, and then we could do a div ID of the grass as well alongside the house. Could just do it that way as well. Okay. So let's go over to our styles. We know that we have let's set the sky to a background color of EAEBFF. That's our sky color. Alright, we're gonna take a break. I think what I can do is I can set like the position to absolute. And I can set like a height to the viewport height. And a width to 100 viewport width. Well, that should have changed. I don't know why it didn't. Oh well, we'll be back in a minute. All right. So I needed to set the, I was using a class selector rather than the ID selector. That's why. I also set the box sizing to border box, and then I gave a grass. Give some styling to the grass to make sure that fit. That looked well. That looked good too. So, what can we do here? So the house should have a relative position to children can be positioned with respect to it. The house should have a position that's relative. Okay. Your house should have a width of 500 pixels and a height of 400 pixels. We're not setting minimum and maximum values, but the house should have a background color and a border set. So a background color, let's make it a nice, to a red house, I guess we'll say. And the border should be 2 pixels, solid. Let's go with a gray. Let's go with 5 actually, and let's go with a light brown. What's jet brown? The brown. Do a brown copper. 5 div elements, so we have let's see, all of the immediate children of house should have a position of absolute, so let's do house. Any div that comes off of that is going to have a position of absolute, so we know that's how we can set that. Okay. Roof, chimney, window 1, window 2, door should have a width, height, border, and background color set. So let's get those going as well. So let me off of there. Roof should have a width of same as the house, so it should be actually, how did we have it from before? Maybe we have it hanging over. Oh, they don't. They just have it flowing down, which is fine, I guess. I'll just make it the same as that, and we'll do a height of 100 pixels, and it's all brown. Background color, should be brown as well, I think. It's interesting that the positioning is not working out there. So the house, we could set the house to be centered, right? Margin auto. Oh, but they didn't put it to the center of the thing. So that's interesting. Okay, so the sky. Background. So border is probably what we want. Weird. Oh, that's crazy as shit, man. That's crazy. You crazy, man. You crazy. That's not working. Um, let me see. So we can copy that. So roof needs that. We know that the windows. First let's do chimney. Do width of 100 pixels. Height of 20 pixels. Margins auto. Margins, but the background. We supposed to float this or something? We didn't even talk about floats. We didn't even do floats in the workshop. It's not bad. That's interesting. Position of relative. How about here? We can do grass there. I can do this as -2. Oh wow. Weird. Okay, so the index only works if you have a position set. Okay, manipulate display. Wait, if we did. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay. How do I get the house to be centered? Because, like, how'd they do it before? It was with the cat. Hmm. Hmm. Is there a border around here? I think I know what's going on. We can just do a reset of like margin 0, padding 0. There we go. That makes it better. That works. That works better. Okay. So how do we center it vertically? Shouldn't it go centered vertically? What was it that we did in the other one? Let's go find out. Let's go find out what we did in the other one first. And we'll do this. We'll save the progress there. Okay. Okay, so when we were in the cat painting thing, it was really like one of the first things, right? Add div element. Where was the preview? So it wasn't that one. It was like that one. I don't think it was the fixed one, right? No, I think, how did we end it? Let's just go up to like number 18 here. And so this is where we were centered, just about to do the cat ears thing. So how do we style that? So position was absolute 0, and then we set 0, 0, 0, 0, and then margin 0. And then so if we do that for this, is that what we have to do? Because we did absolute for that. So if we did... That doesn't do it. That does it, though. That does it. But the thing is, they say that the house should have a position of relative. And how do we feel about that? Well, you know what we could do for the background color? We could do this like really cool, like linear gradient thing going on here. So from the top to the bottom, 0 degrees. And we could do like an orange or something to the top. Oh, but we have to set the background as that, not just background color. There we go. Nice. Okay, but we could do it like near that, or we could do it as red near the... orange horizon. Let's go red 10%. Orange at 20%. And then all the way up to the blue sky. So we'll do that at like 60%. And then it looks really cool. Look at that. Let's go like 80%. There. 70%. 70. Red up till 10% or red at 0? Red at 0%. Oh, you know why? Because we're going all the way up to there. I know what we're doing. We need to go up to 70% sounds okay. But we need to go like 50% from there. 40%. Horizon. Red all the way up to 20%. 40% of the orange. And just like swiftly going to there. 70%, maybe there. Should be the other way. Oh, that's ominous. Then to a darker nighttime. Oh, 4, 5, 8, 9, maybe. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool looking. Night sky. So they say absolute. Well, they say relative. Wait, what? What? Oh, that didn't change anything. I said absolute for that one. House, they say relative for the house, but that's gonna fuck things up. That puts it on the ceiling. So, what now? So that's how they centered it. They did give it a position of absolute. They gave a 0, 0, 0, 0 for every everything surrounding it, and then margin of auto, and that centered that. Just don't understand. Don't understand what they want from us. So this goes on to the ceiling here. Okay. So we do need to have values for all these other things. Chimney is going to be going off the top thing there. Background color of the chimney should be gray. Border can be a dark gray. And with 20 pixels, height of 100, say. The index of 2. Oh gosh, that needs to be wider, doesn't it? 50. Position is absolute. Top is 0. That there. door should be placed at the bottom, so we'll do tan door. And we'll do a height of 100. Let's do 200 width of 150. From the bottom. Windows should be placed below your roof and at least higher than 1/3 of your door's height. Okay. So it needs to be below the roof. So we need to go from the top 100 pixels at least, right? So we need to go, let's say 120 pixels. The door needs to be set to the middle, so we could do maybe a margin of auto there. No, we can't do margin auto. Top and bottom 0. Okay, so the door, how would we position the door then? If we're doing absolute for that, we'd have to go halfway of the height. So if we go halfway of the width, which I think was 500 pixels, so go from the left 500 pixels. 250 pixels, we'll place it there, but we want it to be like in the middle. 200 pixels looks good. Window can be from the top, maybe like 150. Then we can do window 2. Right. Okay. A chimney should have a top value that puts it at the top of your house, so it should be at 0. Which maybe would be negative the height. Negative 100 pixels. All right, we're gonna take another break. I'm gonna finish this up. All right, we're gonna bring it home here, closing this out with this house. The house. Let's see. Bringing down the house. Windows should be placed below the roof. Clearly. Top value that puts it at the top of your house. Chimney should have a Z index that puts it behind the house. That's interesting. So the house should be a Z index of 1. And we can put it behind the house. Okay. That it? Oh, they need a border property. Okay, window 1 needs a border. Three pixels, maybe. Chimney needs a Z index. Puts it behind the house. There you go. And that completes it, even though it shouldn't. All right. Well, I'm gonna like copy stuff. Let's go bring it into VS Code or something. So I'm going to bring this into really. There's no VS Code thing here, which is weird. It is weird. VS Cert minimal. Alright. Guess we'll do a codium here, and then work off of that. So we'll see a cert minimal. I think what we want to do is to create a what is the rules to follow when naming HTML files? I always forget. I don't know. Start the file number with a letter, of course. Use all lowercase. Keep the file name short. Remember file extension. What was this called? House painting? Let's say house.html maybe. And we'll also do house styles.css. Then we'll just open them up. I'll use the split editor here. And then what we'll do is, so we'll go and copy what we have here. And we will copy what we have in the HTML. And save there, save here. And so that's that. So we can check the code, make sure it passes, then submit and move along. So then that's that portion of it. So tomorrow we'll do an accessibility quiz and their review of positioning before tackling attribute selectors. I'm actually feeling better now today, right now. Feeling a little bit better. So we're gonna go ahead and work a little bit on this one for 15 minutes and see what we can do here. This should open up into a different thing here. Okay. House HTML is just going to be a blank page right now. Because we need to do is to call this house styles, and then that's going to show up there. So we can go ahead and get this full screen. And then so changing house to absolute there should change this, but what we have to do is to give a top of 0, a bottom of 0, a right of 0, and a left of 0. Oh, wait. So was that enough to make it like that? No, that only centered it vertically. That centers it there. Okay, so that's cool. That's cool looking. I like that they made a little welcome mat. I kind of wanted to replicate that. The roof looks bad. I don't like the roof. I think we need to like center the roof. So what we need to do is to set the top to 0. Or the top to like -2 pixels or something. Left -2 pixels. -5. Why was it off? That's the thing. I don't understand why it's off from there. Okay, so we have the roof there. I think what we kind of wanted to do was like do a skew or something. Can you translate in 3D or something? And do like a rotation in 3 dimensions? That would be fun. Translate in 3D is cool, but can we do it in... We do it in the other one, the other dimension. Another dimension. How do you do this? 30 degrees in that way and 30 degrees in the other? Without deforming it. So that's a problem though. I kind of want it to deform. So you have to set an origin. And then an alpha about that. Okay. So this is rotated. I see. Along the Z, we rotate 45 degrees. Oh, is it not the Z? Is that not rotating about the Z? C vector. Weird. So you need a vector that's between 0 and 1 or something. Oh no, you could do it differently. Okay. How do I rotate it? So they're saying if I do 010. Interesting. It's making it smaller. Rotating it along there. Rotation along the X, then we'll rotate it like that. So yeah, that is interesting. Can you scale it from there? don't know what I'm doing right now. I don't want to rotate. What I want is like value for the z-axis. Maybe it's perspective. Let's see. So perspective from 5 centimeters out. Fine, it's going from the top, so it's going that way. Or that way on the screen. So, not entirely sure how we would do this. I was really close to it. Really close to it. We're going 90 degrees. It should be completely flat out. It's not. It's not doing that. Oh, I'm doing a comma and that shouldn't be, right? 90 degrees is straight out. Perspective is there. Oh, that is what we want, don't it? Isn't that what we want? We want it to be closer though, so it's a little bit more pronounced. Ah, yes it is. That's the way you do it. Yeah, boy, that's the way you do it. That's the way. We don't want it to be that big of a pitch difference, but that's the way it is. Okay, so then what we want is to increase this width then and move it to the top 0. Why? Why can't I move it from there? That's so weird though. Perspective change is there. Oh, because we have a top setting of 0, that's why. I see. We do want to scale it from here. So we're doing a rotation from there. Coming straight out, but then the problem is it's like rotating through it. Almost looks good. We just need to make it a little bit bigger, right? Just a little bit bigger. And 15. And then just move it up a little bit to 10. And there we go. That looks like a lovely bow. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Okay, so we explored that perspective and that stuff. Chimney stack. We can move this chimney over to the right from 0 and just move it over like 20 pixels there so that it's more close to there. And what else can we do? I think that's all I want to do. You can also like add some stuff like a doorknob or something. And color off of that. Can you add something off of the door? Like, can I add a content thing off of that? So if I do door after do the content of like a 0 and then just do like a border and we'll do like a height of like 10 pixels, a width of 10 pixels, and just do like a border of let's see, border radius of 100%, just make it circular. And then just do a background color brown. Does that work? I do that and then do a Z index of 2 or something. That won't work. Okay. So you can't add content and make it like a div that's like workable with that. But we can do a although, wait a minute. No, we can't. Where do we add text, though? Text comes up right there. Oh, but what if I did space? Almost. But what we could do is just do it like this. We could just do a character here, say CH or something, and then what we could do is to do the color brown, and then it almost works. Let's do a large little thing there. Height and width. That doesn't work. O doesn't work. 0 doesn't work. How about that's circular? There you go. That almost works. There we go. But the doorknob, we can move that to the from the bottom of the door is 0. I'm confused. What about the top? If I go to the top of the door, that's there. What about the bottom? Can I move it from there? Oh, wait a minute, because I have to set that. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, because the flex container thing won't work then that way, right? Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We get that, though. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. There we go. Okay, and then we can do it from the bottom up to like halfway, so maybe like let's go 70 pixels up from there. Oh, that's too high. Let's go 40 pixels. Too low. 50 pixels. There we go. And then we'll go to, from the right, we'll go like 20 pixels off from the right. Oh no, that's too many. 5 pixels off from the right. Better? 3? Maybe. I think we maybe need to like change the size of this. There we go. That's looking a little bit better. Looking a little bit better. So what we could do, get rid of that color. We could just do like gold or something. Make it look like that. a gold thing. How about brass? No, no brass. Bronze? No bronze. Silver? Go silver. Silver knob. Looking pretty good. We can do the border. It can be a silver border as well. There we go. And the border color or border. Let's do border of oof. Rough. Rough. That is rough. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with a little bit of opacity there. There we go. And we'll make it a little gray. So we'll do like a 8 or something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just like that. All right. Well, this ain't bad. Okay, so that was just like using positioning and stuff. Oh, so here's what it looks like. Here's what the house looks like there. That's pretty cool. Kind of just floats off into space in the middle there, so I don't know what to do with that. I think maybe because we can use the other things, we can set the sky there. We can then change the grass to be bottom. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Auto. That is definitely not what I wanted. Don't want it in the middle. What I want it is, we want it from the bottom. Problem is, I kind of want it to move along with the house. I don't know how we can like set it along with the house. I don't know. Otherwise it looks like we're in the poltergeist. There goes the house. Poof. To the distance. I guess what we could do is like when we zoom all the way up to there, we could just like move the grass up a little bit, and so that it looks like when we're zooming in, we're zooming into the house of on that with the grass still there. That's one other option. I don't really care at this point. I think that's that we've explored this sufficiently for today, and that's gonna take us to the next day. So I'm gonna actually take a screenshot of this and save it to our build a cat painting thing. Build a house painting. There it is. I don't know what we were doing for the other lab things. Page of playing cards was a certification project, but what we wanted was the build a oh gosh, where is it then? Oh. Confidential page, that's what it was. So it was lab, that's what we said. Lab is what we said for that. Free code camp lab, so we'll just call this and we'll add that picture. We'll shrink it down like 400 maybe. There we go. That's our little picture. Doesn't look great. Doesn't look that spectacular. I definitely did some other things that were more pretty so far. But, you know, we're working through it. Portfolio, we can add that to there. The code, I didn't add the CSS, we didn't add either, but you can just do cat house star. There we go. Copy that one for the CSS. There we go. That's the CSS there, and then we can get the HTML. There we go. So we had our HTML, just a few divs, and that's it. And then we start styling all that stuff. Move stuff around. Really like this perspective thing. That's kind of interesting. I wish I knew better of how to anchor the rotation points. Because as it stood, I think it was rotating through the middle of that. So I think when you like rotate in 3D, you specify the vector that acts as the so the vector from the origin. But where is the origin? The origin is where I'm kind of confused. Where the origin comes from. Where does it talk about the along the Z? Maybe it's in the other rotations. Oh, you can do a matrix transformation. Ooh. Why would you use a 4x4 though? What's the matrix 3D transformation uses a 4x4? Four by four matrix. How do you fix the origin then? Also, so we can scale in 3D as well. Rotate in 3D. Yeah, I just don't know where the origin is for like for rotation. Where's the Is it like the upper, is it the upper left, or is it the center, like a center of it? I don't know where I can find that out. Transform property, we can go and take a look at the rotation. Yeah. Okay, skew and... Interesting, okay. Just a perspective tool thing there. 3D functions. Already looked at that. Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to get an answer to that, but keep an eye out for that. Really just want to know, what is the origin for the rotation and for the scaling and stuff too, because you got to scale from a point of the middle point, right? So I think it might be the midpoint, but it's just I don't know. Maybe that's something else I could explore to figure that out, but I am done for today. I am not wanting to move any further than this here for the time being. So we did our quiz on typography, right? We did our typography quiz. Wait, did I do the quiz on typography? Yeah, we did. We did that one, right? Yeah, we started that off, and then we did our review of CSS Accessibility. So we can actually go over to here and we can close that module up. We did finish that one. We'll finish up accessibility tomorrow. We will also, let's take a look over here. We're gonna do review CSS positioning tomorrow and work on attribute selectors, build a balance sheet as well. So there's no lab tomorrow, so that looks like a pretty light day. So let me think of a secondary activity, maybe to dive deeper into attribute selectors in some way. Try to keep it on topic or something like that. Okay, so then that should do it then. Okay, well, we didn't get it all done today, but we are 18 days in, and that is what, 20% of the way there. So let me know how your journeys are going, and catch you all on day number 19, which will be tomorrow on Tuesday. So, ta-ta for now. Enjoy the rest of the day.